Thank you all for making it. I really appreciate it. Happy let's see, happy Sunday. Yeah, it's really cold outside. I don't know how stable the stream will be. For all I know, things will be a little you know, I think things will be a little finicky, but hopefully not. I'm just going to be doing my stream thing today, and we're going to be beginning Great Ace Attorney 2. Please look forward to that. And yeah, let's just all stay warm and have a really nice time. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be beginning very shortly. Mooney, hi. It's great to have you. Thanks for joining. Sorry, I'm wiping down my microphone. I hope you didn't hear any of that sound. Bro, the storm is fucking shit up here. Got the Yeti knocking on my door asking for gloves and thigh highs. What's this road come to? Hey, you wanna send him my way? I'll hold him back. You escape. I'll hold him at bay. MrNeutral. Hello. Hey guys. Hello. Happy Sunday. Thank you all for making it. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty chilly out. It's hard to walk around my house without shivering a little bit, but I got a pretty decent layer of chub on myself that's keeping me from getting too cold. So yeah, let's start with some dailies, and we can get right into Great Ace Attorney 2. I am beyond eager to begin this. So let's just start right up, why don't we, huh? Alright, let's see. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing today? Are you staying warm? Are you staying safe? Let's see. And woohoo! Here we go. Okay, very nice. Okay, let's begin connections. Yeah, I'm good. I hope my dad moved house. Oh, move house as a move to. Oh wow! I hope that went well, King. I hope that went smoothly. I hope he's adjusting to the new place well. It's chilly here, but thankfully power's been stable. That's good to hear, Dartusa. That's good to hear. Yeah, today hasn't been so bad, but tonight supposedly should get a little bit worse. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, my headphones are panning to the left. Oh, darn it, headphone. Okay. Today we have a sub, ribbon, hood, ship, shell, cover, menu, tube, enter, bow tie, fill in, windows, DOM, alt, temp, and 8. No, they wouldn't do sub and DOM. No, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't. Sub and DOM, come on. Sub, ship. Sub is short for substitute. How about sub, alt, cover, and fill in? These are all like to like a substitute for something. Oh. Hood, ship, tube, menu, shell, enter, bowtie, Windows 8. Oh, temp. It's temp. Sub, temp, alt, fill in. Or maybe cover. Whoa. Sub, ribbon, hood, ship, shell, cover, menu, tube. What does modify emote do? I think it changes one emote to a different one of your choice. Enter a bow tie, fill in, Windows, DOM 8. What? Ribbon, hood, ship, shell. Is it shell? Oh, it might be shell. Cover, menu, tube, Windows, fill in. If it's not cover, it's not fill in. I'm gonna die on this hill. I'm gonna die on this hill. Damn it. I destroyed it. Damn it. Act as a backup. Is it a nice hill? It wasn't a nice hill, unfortunately. Cover, fill in, sub, and temp. Oh. Oh. It was asking for a verb, not a noun. Oh. PC keyboard keys. Alt, enter, menu, Windows. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Pasta shaped bowtie, ribbon, shell, to suffixes 8, dom, hood, and ship. It was so easy this week. Oh my god, it was so easy this week. Oh my god. It was so easy. It was so easy. Oh. Okay, let's do food guesser. I want to try plate off. Oh, by the way, came across a wild revelation today. It was one of the games I lost during an old move, but I once owned a game where you fight as robots. Thinking back on the robot color scheme, I had a realization. I did a bit of research, and sure enough, I used to own SD Gundam Force from the freaking Game Boy Advanced. That is crazy, Dartuza. That is crazy. I feel like a lot of people who are into Gundam, like, somehow had some connection to it when they were younger, like, that they weren't aware of. Let me see. Let's see. So that's SD Gundam Force. Oh, that one. SD Gundam Force for the GBA. Wow. I watched the anime a decent bit for SD Gundam Force. It's a very cute anime. It's a very cute anime. Here, look at this. Yeah, this one? Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah. These weird little dudes are a mixture of different mobile suits, and they're called Zakos, and they're very cute. They have the body of a Zaku, but the head of a different mobile suit. But they're just little Zakos, and I think that's, I don't know. This is adorable. They're very cute. I love like the Zakus being a little henchman. Like a little henchman. They go around, they go Zako Zako. I love them. I love them so much. They're like, hey Zako, it's me Zako Zako. It's like, this is the cutest thing ever. They're like dorks. They're little dorks. Oh yeah, the Zakos are adorable. I used to play as the mobile suit with the dual swords. What, Kodanetsu Maru or something? He's like like a flaming samurai. He was great. He's very great. He's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal in the anime, I think. Yeah, he's one of my favorite characters in the show too. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. God, yeah, this is a really fun one. It's a very cute anime. I recommend it. It's fun. It is essentially like Kirby Right Back at Ya, but Gundam. It's literally what it is. It really is just that. Turn on my music a little. There we are. Okay. back to it. Let's do food guesser plate off. So, this is essentially just Scrandle, except you have to choose between two national foods instead of like stadium foods. So, Bapa Pita from Bangladesh or Boyo from Colombia. I think people are going to be more attracted to this. Yeah. Kulolo from the United States. What's Kulolo? It might be Hawaiian. Or Bamischif from the Netherlands. Uh, breadcrumb coating encasing a stir-fried noodle. A traditional dessert of taro and coconut. Yeah, that's definitely Hawaii. Um, I think people are gonna choose the deep-fried noodles. Fuck. Savory patty from the United Kingdom. We call those hash browns here in America. Or, mocheka. Is that how it's pronounced? I think most people are gonna, yeah. Oh, the classic British sausage roll versus the Bangladesh kati roll. I think people might go for the kati roll, but I've always wanted to try a British sausage roll. Yeah. Kebabch from Bulgaria, or Nokul from Bulgaria. Or North Macedonia or Turkey. Um, I mean, who doesn't love a kebab? But these look like small sausage rolls. I love. I think people online judging from this would choose this one. Damn it. Kingston biscuit from Australia or Onno Kauswe from Myanmar. I don't know how to pronounce that in a correct accent. Noodle soup, creamy coconut. I mean, people are most likely gonna choose this. Oh, okay, sure. Kwa Pa, or Manwo from China, and this is from Taiwan. People are all obvious. What? Okay. Fakulele or Jalebi. These are different types of desserts. Is this on the leaf? Delicate pastry made with broccoli, cheese, sugar, and eggs. Shaped into a small round oval placed on chestnut leaves. That looks amazing. Yeah, okay. Sweekerboon. That looks really good. Sugar-coated almonds. I could destroy a lot of those. Or Stoffeli's Carbonade Flamande from Belgium, France. Meat and fries is hard to beat. Simnel cake from the United Kingdom, or Bihari kebab. That cake looks really good though. I I need to remember the United Kingdom has a debuff. Like if food comes from the United Kingdom, people are generally not going to vote for it. Okay. This is Half-Life Alyx. What is this? It's unfortunate, but they kind of dug themselves into a hole. I feel like we should, Stumps a Zombie, thank you. I feel like we should give the United Kingdom more credit, than they're given. Stubbs the Zombie. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, King. Oh, this is the main character of Shinobi. Is it Joe Musashi? It is Joe Musashi. Okay, nice. He got to be the zombie. Very nice. Vents, cameras, daycare, catwalks. Is this Garden of Banban? Garden with a T. Elevator, keycards, collectibles, free roam. This still sounds like Garden of Banban. Boss chase, hiding spots, power outage, robot allies. Okay. Daycare is really throwing me off. Night setting safe stations, shopping mall, horror puzzles, map navigation, security guard. Oh, wait a minute. Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? Security breach? It is. Okay, okay, okay. Very similar to Garden of Banban, but relatively well made. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. All right. Let's see. Armored Core. Wow. Okay. Well, it is on PC, PS4, Xbox One, PS5, and Xbox Series X. So it is probably 2022. It is not a third. It's not third person. So let's try first person. Avowed. Okay, it is a first person game. Halo Infinite. Okay. Yeah, it is 2022. Sorry about that. Had an alarm for a sec. Hmm. A first person game. A first person game. And it isn't a shooter. And it's not an RPG. It is a fantasy game, though. Metal Hellsinger? Okay. Oh, ooh. Damn, Dartuza. Damn. Good guess. Okay, it's a Unity game. Alright. It is a Unity game. Is Ultra Kill on those consoles? Oh, no, it's not. First person. Is there a game like... No, wait, no, never mind. Ultra Kill is Unity, though. That's good to know. Let's see. What's the clue? It is by Total Mayhem Games. Let's see what Total Mayhem has made. Total Mayhem Games. Oh. They've made a single series of games. They have exclusively made the We Were Here series. Now, which one it is? Together. Forever. There we go. It's those co-op games. Those yeah. We Were Here is that series of co-op games where you play with a friend and you have to use a walkie-talkie and do puzzles together.
Vermin of Castle Whisper betrayed me what I seek or suffer.
Yeah, a friend swap game. Yes, sad face. Oh, hold on. Headphones acting up again. I need to replace both my video game controller and my headphones sometime, but my headphones are holding up, I think. Alrighty. Okay, well, that's our dailies. A single friend swap. Alright, guys. Well, let's get to it. Boop. It's time to get some attorneying done. Attorneying. Let's get some attorneying done. Let me move all my windows around to where I need them. There we are. I am very excited to begin the second Ace Attorney game. You're gonna love this episode. I'm so excited, Mooney. I'm so excited. Oh, yay, and my window's still the same. Nice. I'm excited. Great Asexual Attorney. I don't think there's anything asexual about this game, unfortunately. Who else likes good game slop? You like it because it's good type slop. I don't know, honestly. I don't know if... I probably play a few games that are considered slop by people. Okay. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And so... save. We have to go here. And... this feels so satisfying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Outer Wilds is hope slop? It is. It is, it's hope slop, I can't even say these things. Okay. Oh no.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean.
No.
Those days in London seem like a dream.
Mr.
But I do
Mikotoba.
miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
My twink was so gay. He was so
I've
gay.
no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh. You.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life.
As the defendant.
As a lawyer.
Whoa! 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 Oh!
So please, I ask for your guidance.
Oh my god!
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, the what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, stop typing. Stop typing. Okay. Wait. Hold on a moment. Give me a fucking moment. What the fuck? As her? I didn't know about this. What? And Mr. Mikotoba not dead then? Because that was Kazuma's grave. I guess that's good. But then the British lady's dead, I guess. Hi Bao, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. We just began Great Ace Attorney and it hit me with like 3 different whiplashes. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh. Okay. No, I'm a lawyer. I need to lock in. 13th August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Oh my god. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh, thank goodness. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And, of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, cute. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. She's really cute. Raymambami. That's an interesting name. I have not seen that family name before. Raymambami. Membami. Okay. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Oh, her best friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Wow, they have both spectrums of gay in this in Great Ace Attorney. Holy moly. Okay. Yeah, alright, we're getting damn, alright. The killer became the victim in the first trial is a very funny idea. Yeah, that's very Ace Attorney of them. That's so Ace Attorney. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, are we disguised as a man? Oh, so that Misato can be a lawyer. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see you through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I keep on calling her Misato by accident, because I mix together Misato and Susato and Mikotoba, so it turns into Misato. That's my bad. Mikotoba laughing like, well, hey Newt, lost the streak, but you seem to be doing well, so yeah. Hey, Zeno, I hope you're doing great. Hey, streak is just a number. I really appreciate you coming by. Don't worry about it. I'm doing pretty alright, thank you. I'm making it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student from the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see. It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all the people, male and female alike. Huh? Oh, Firmament Home, hi! Hey, hi. Hey, Firmament Home. Thanks for coming by. Hi, how are you doing? Also, lots of snow today. Shoveling sucks. Oh, sorry I have to shovel, but stay warm, my friend. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Oh, she's so sweet. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased. I think it's certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe in me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. She has a lot of similar animations as freaking Larry Butts. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean! I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. It's so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, your court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. I wonder if the game will add any more gimmicks to the game because we have the jury, Holmes' big think, and multiple witnesses. I wouldn't be surprised. They have yet to add the Ace Attorney spiritual stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if this would be the time, if this would be the game to add the spiritual mechanics. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Why? Is it really because of who the victim was? Oh, yeah, of course. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, father. Oh boy, Susato summons her sting. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Alright, let's do this. I did not expect this. 13th of August, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 1. Ah, damn it, it's freaking pain again. This court is now in session for the trial of Ray Bobby. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Honor. Damn it, the terminology is, yeah. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Oh, she's so pretty. Holy fuck. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready! Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Ryotaro? Why did we take on the name Naruhodo? Oh, I guess so we wouldn't seem related. Yeah, okay. Ryotaro Naruhodo, is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little adventure. So I'm afraid I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Peachy! Hi Peachy! I will say hydrated, thank you. Let me get a little sip in. What was, Ryunosuke? So Ryotaro and Ryunosuke, that's great. So I'm afraid I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me, yes, I'm Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Duh. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing any favors either. Relax. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin! That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! I love her. I love her so much. Ouchie's somehow looking even uglier. Is his hair different? Is it, his hairstyle, I feel it... Does he have an uglier hairstyle than before? Wait, does he? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go crazy. Wait, let me see. Great Ace Attorney. His hairstyle is definitely different. Yes, it is different. What the heck? He grew his hair out. Instead of having the Shogun bun, he grew his hair long. Oh, he looks abysmal. What do you mean? He looks really bad. Wait, hold on. I need to show you guys. You guys need to see what he, like, to compare the original one. He looks so much worse. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, this is his old hairstyle. he used to have a top knot. Oh, you're right, Mooney. Yeah. Kalamazoo cut his hair. What the fuck did autocorrect do there? What the heck did... What the heck happened with autocorrect? That's insane. Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, right, yeah. He cut the top knot, so his hair is long now, and I guess he never returned to his top knot. Cosmic has Kalamazoo. I'm typing on my phone and my fingers had a seizure. Bro should just go bald at this point and rock it. Tut, what a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, and the accused has to be called in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. what an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are... want to flit. I love her. The case has been heard on this day as a matter of great The case we heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our nation's national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for the proceedings' such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you're sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Flying colors is a bit of an exaggeration. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this would be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, the coats come off. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank. Not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and ain't that, guys? Even a bright spark like yours is about to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is the dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. We get to learn her name. Yay, yeah. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst, yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use E to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. Ray Mambami. And Giselle Braid, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Best friend, assistant, my father in laboratory, defendant in this case. Taketsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Oh! Ooh! Wait, was the previous game not during the Meiji Restoration, and now we just began the Meiji Restoration? Ooh! Or were we already in the Meiji Restoration last game? Because it would have been a year by now. That would be really cool if that's where we are right now. That's sick. Okay. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Yes!
Yes! Oh my god, I love her. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall from the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of... Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was the midst of delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. Oh, she got found guilty. I thought she just left and they didn't do anything, so it would cause problems with the British Empire. It could be the very case that she covertly came back to Japan and kept it a secret so that she wouldn't be sought out by the officials. That, or she was protected under British occupation and they couldn't touch her by law, so she could just be here whenever she wanted, possibly. So I guess we'll just have to see. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He was my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student from the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. The second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. This man eventually admitted to our crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction to play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? It's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. Oh, so she was stuck here. She was stuck here for 9 months before they could figure out what to do with her. And right when she was about to move away to Shanghai, she was murdered. All that remained of Empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board that steamship. And yet, the very day before departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? Hey Aces, good to have you. That will do. I'm satisfied the counsel for the defense. For the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Oh wow, pretty. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Mambami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt for the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. God, this hair is so hideous. It's so distracting. It is pretty hideous. Okay, so I know she was a criminal, and a little bit racist and murderer, but she was a British lady, so I say we forgive her. What say you? I mean, I'll be very honest, King. I think it's a little bit late for that now. I think we're a little bit late to that. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I clicked out for a sec by accident. There we go. Well, that extraordinary description of it leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. He's the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand. I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mambami-san, you're a research student at the Imperial University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. John Wilson? I called my bud Satan, and she's in hell, so yeah, because she's not forgiven. Why are you friends with Satan? There are probably a lot of British people in there. We did get a little bit wild in the past. Yeah, a little bit. Britain getting a little bit wild in the past is one of the biggest understatements, like, ever conjured. The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett died months ago. The accused had a deep-seated respect for a former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone together. Mambami-san. Yes? What is it? She's I mean, Naruto-san. Her animations are so cute. Ray's animations are the cutest. I love her. I love her so much. Sold my soul for a fat ass. Do you want to give me more details about that? I gave him a sandwich, now he's Randier. Please tell me the court why exactly you're present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. Oh wait, I forgot to read the last thing, I just realized. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaru Susato. Okay, now, please tell the court exactly, why exactly you're present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you're alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this really is terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel and what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Aochi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I mean. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Not much to say. Sadie came out to me and said, "Yo, fat ass for your soul." I said, "Yeah." Prosecutor seems enjoying his Nipponese sorcery to befuddle the emotion in mind. Crosses my arms. Typical Nipponese. Typical dirty Nipponese sorceries. They do love colluding. Colluding and obfuscating the truth with their wicked alchemies. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was the young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we'll have a clear picture of the incident now. This matter being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration instead of continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was the only temporal Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You could hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. That's horrible to imagine. Could you imagine somebody murder somebody that you look up to, and then you have to work with them in the same laboratory as they connive you? That's awful. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. But something went wrong, yeah. Yes, thank you, Counsel. Tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anybody else could have hidden. I think the swan might just actually be dead. The court will now accept this photographic print as evidence. Photographic print of the crime scene, print of the scene taken by police. Stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. It is deeply troubling, I must say. The figure of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to this case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Are we? Is he going to be? Please tell me. Please tell me it's him. Please tell me it's him. Please have him be in like swimming trunks. What if the swan did it? Murder suicide? Also, I like how she had her mask on during the. Yeah, right. I hope it's him. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters. Very well, the counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. Hold on, I need to get a drink of water. Oh, what I have here is a liquid H2O. Not that your yokel rural poverty mind could perceive that. Glug glug. I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this hydration. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. We've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own Meiji Revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth. Ew. Ew. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? This man really does just piss me off. He really does suck. His whole family lineage just sucks. I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. Haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Ray's throwing birds. Oh my god, he is in a bathing suit. Oh my god, this man cannot catch a break. He cannot catch a break. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga, Imperial Police Bureau. In disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. No, wait, no, I just remembered. Yeah, his voice was like congested. He was like, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Yeah. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I'm, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold on the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my god. Once he loses this, he's going to have a different type of seed on his head to make ends meet. That's fucking... I do not want to imagine freaking Taketsuchi Ouchie sucking dick for money. I do not need that in my mind. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. He does have a turtle in his head. He does have a turtle in his head. And as for Inspector Hosonoga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Oh, well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping, you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. I love you. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Hey Shu, good to see you. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present, but what business did a writer such as yourself have being present at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and discover my privacy. Oh, just a random press guy. That's so funny. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that newspaper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Newspaper containing an article about the discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Hold on. Notice extreme meiosis, pupil constriction observed in the victim. Meiosis, right? Victim in both eyes. Okay. Wait, meiosis. Wait, I reckon. Wait, meiosis. Wait, hold on. I know what meiosis is. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So meiosis is when the pupils constrict, they get smaller. Meaning that they are reacting to bright light, so that, you know, you can see easier in bright light. So that means that she saw the light coming from in through the door before she died, which is interesting. That implies that she died when the tent door was open. So what I think they're gonna do is they're gonna begin to try to argue that that Rey killed her when the tent was closed. But we can know that that is not the case because of the meiosis, the tent was open because of her constricted eyes. So that's gonna, let's save that note for later mentally. Let's save that note. Aw, they're so cute. For a spirited debate, they looked quite friendly. Let's see, nothing too much here. Oh, wait, he has a cat? He got a new cat ever since he came back, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything terribly notable. Okay. Did you know hurting a swan is a crime against the royal family? So the person who killed the swan is going to get double trouble? Oh boy. The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Pert was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But unfortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Rey was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You'll give an account of all that you've witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. Specifically against the Queen. Okay. In the after credits of the previous game, Soseki mentioned he brought one of the kittens in his previous of the previous cat to get in trouble. Oh, you're right. He did get in trouble with Hosonoga. He did get in trouble with Hosonoga by bringing a kitten on board. You're right. Right. Thank you. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. My voice is becoming something else for him. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What do you have there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Yeah. Ah. Goodness me. Yes, the victim's clearly grasping something quite deliberately in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you'll kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Oh. The order's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mababi. The initials of the defendant. No! I love seeing her do all these animations. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as crucial evidence. Fountain pen has been entered. Alright. So, have I omitted anything? Oh, wait. Oh, we can't examine this. Interesting. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouched you 9 months ago. Had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. There isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Mrs. Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies and prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. They say the pen is mightier than the sword, but it seems a specifically word. Knives are exempt. The witness scene. Special surveillance assignment. This is disguise. Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, hold it! Oh man. Oh god. That's... Oh man. I didn't expect to hear her voice come out. In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I wore the swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those are my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. Oh my god. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Where did he go? I looked away. I love this man so much. I love this man so much. I actually began shedding tears. It was so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. I need to wipe my glasses. Oh. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background of the sign, really, was there? If that made you late arriving the scene, I think perhaps you would have had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. I just managed to catch up the crab when I... Oh wait, yeah, what about the crab? Hold it! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Gah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned auteurs are wont to describe things so. Soseki-san wasn't like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell into my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is populated with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Hold it. Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... but how could that be? Oh, no, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Raymond Bami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Oh my god, the turtle's head shakes. My glasses are very neatly cracked. My glass is very neatly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling! He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what the Inspector Hosonoga... Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonoga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion. Yes! The young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Hold it. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrible inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a fluttery of as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Saseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. And that was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. Huh. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? There he is. No, I mean, yes, I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard the scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Kamen Rider pose. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may be a macabre turn, or may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more impressed your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right, I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. Logic of your statement is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out oral testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. It's just my personal opinion, of course. Damn, okay. Counsel, you refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoke like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to... Okay, yeah. Compare what it says... Okay. Yes. It's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R. Okay, gotcha. Yes, alright then. We'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witness repeat their statements as many times as you like. However, it has to start at the beginning, remember. Those wide-eyed for those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend this poor girl. You're right. I need to listen. Okay. I know where the inconsistency is. Single wound.
Objection!
Objection! Nice. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, The stakes have been very, very high indeed. Ooh. Whoa. What an objection thing she has. Okay. Alright, let me get a sip. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonoga. At me. In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. Nice. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosonoga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ooh, pursuit theme. Oh my god. Her objection and her pursuit theme are really, like, they're very, like, calm and collected. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Mambani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed that same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes. And? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if the single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. And what exactly is the contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the victim stabbed the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. We exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember that your cousin staged a scene like this, much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show. Right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who is only a half a head of hair. Slander, but it is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accuser first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment that she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accuser had already stabbed the victim. All you've successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. Oh. Ah! Oh wait, autoplay turned on. Oh, did I accidentally click autoplay? My bad. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient ground for actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Sorry. Going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear you answer that, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we won't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body surely was so that she could... According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. I thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates a killer. True. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Nambani-san was compelled to act when she faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Oh. Is this me or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may, speak witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? Shh! Hoo-hoo! An excellent idea, Inspector. Your young yokel hopeful has modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law teams. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Okay, so that's where they were going. Yeah, because pulling a knife out is not a good idea. So I wonder, that was the only answer that really looked good to me, but, you know, we'll see. Very well. Inspector, I permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Witness testimony, forensic medicine primer. Excuse me, oh my god, Hold on, give me just a second. I got the hiccups all of a sudden. Okay. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. In the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Eat a spoonful of sugar. It really works, trust. I will believe you. Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Huh. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who has ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled the blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring out for you to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're saying, what they're telling me? I swear it's not an excuse. Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato. Yes. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Huh. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for the cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Cross-examination. Forensic medicine primer. Second. Sorry. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. Hold it. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed of spelling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and the serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Take off my jacket. It's getting a little cozy in my room. Oh, God, I almost feel like steam coming off of me, like cold steam. Hold it. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Ray Mambani-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. No, keep all the seam inside your keep inside all the seam inside or you'll wither away to a husk. I will hydrate, thank you. I don't know. Young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recalled me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. Most everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that it really is a basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mambani-san would certainly have been aware of it. No good reason why the defendant...
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade and removing the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh. But irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such a bigoted view. I love you! I love Hosonoka so much! He's so sweet! Hey Janome, is this the first case of Great Ace Attorney 2? You sure are in for a great treat. Oh yeah, thank you so much, Janome. Thanks for coming by and thanks for chatting for the first time. Yes, this is my first time going through Great Ace Attorney 2. I am very excited to be going through it. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the well wishes. That Turtle and Hosonoga are now one. Yes, they are. I will refuse to accept otherwise. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, I have managed to convey the basics now. That should cover the medical side of the argument. I love you. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mabani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. Objection! Oh, you can just say, genome. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Like Genome Soldiers MGS, but Genome has a cool ring to it. Yeah, I was pronouncing it Genome because, like, you know, the J, I thought it was like a Japanese name. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for being here, Genome. I appreciate the company. And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this, a fledgling to the defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your report about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mabani-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. No good reason as to why. Okay, let's press that last statement. They save into the same slots. I guess we will have to, unfortunately. Oh, whoops. I clicked over it. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need a reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. There. Okay, there we are. Examine the evidence in the court record? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning the evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. But look at your eyes. I see it coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. There we go. Okay, now we can do that. There we are. Oh, her portrait! If we take off the pin's lid... I love these sorts of pins a lot. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Huh. It's empty. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Weird. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen at her dying moments is a very clear message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pin doesn't in fact belong to Ray. That's concerning. That's very concerning. You know what, King? You joke, but I feel like that honestly could be the... Okay, think of it like this. Why would she want to go to the beach all of a sudden? Do you think she committed suicide? Like, do you think she could be like a spy or something, you know? Like, what if she was assassinated or like forced to commit suicide so that she wouldn't be caught or something? You know? Like, wouldn't that be crazy? Because she knew she'd be incarcerated in China. So it's like, what if she just used this as an opportunity just to kill herself? That would be crazy. Killed herself with 5 gunshots to the back of the head. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? Oh, now, yeah, okay, now we can examine these in full. Okay. Raucous England returns tell-all. Oh. Raucous England returnees tell-all. This is the interview with you and Toseki-san, isn't it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's medical research... Father, isn't that your lab? What the... Let me see that. The poison is stolen? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is... as embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could that reporter have gleaned this information? Yeah. Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this store in our paper this morning, was there? highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. To put Ray in charge of the project. Oh, no. Ray, she was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. What if the woman was just really, really trying to get Ray in trouble? Like, okay, imagine this. You know you're probably going to be tried for like international crime the next day. You might be put in jail for a very long time, maybe even put to death or put to life. You grow to hate this girl. You steal poison from her possession, poison yourself, and then stab yourself in the back, and then die to get her charged. Would she be that crazy? Would the British lady be that insane? Keep in mind, the woman died with a fucking grin on her. Yes, exactly. She was smiling. She was on Joker time. You think she was really like trying to frame Ray? That would be insane, dude. Hold it. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mani-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman opinions to a very broad-minded, to be a very... I am so sorry. My brain is kind of mush today. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mabani-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. Alright. It's one of those days. I get it. Yeah, a little bit. There's no good reason. There might have been. Huh. None of this evidence really... Tea might help. Is it brain fog? It actually kind of is. I have been having a little bit of brain fog recently. You think tea would help? That actually sounds really nice right now. Absolutely. Okay. You know what? That is a great suggestion, actually. Would you guys mind if I go and went and had some tea right now? I think I would love some tea, actually. I'm gonna make myself some really nice tea. Alright. You know what? Great point. Let me go on BRB, a true British drink. Hey now. We have our own version. But yeah, I'm gonna go make some tea. I will be right back. Give me a little bit. Okay, I am back. Tea definitely helped. Tea definitely helped, I think. Yeah, ginger and lemon. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I prefer my tea without anything, personally. Yeah, no, yeah, tea was nice. I had some biscuits with the tea. I definitely felt very British. I felt so British. It made me want to get pizza and Chinese food for dinner tomorrow. So you know, that's the mark of a true Brit. Excuse me. I'm so British that when my friends messaged me that they want to go to British Town in Japan to get lunch tomorrow, I said, British Town? Don't you mean normal town? Just goes to show how British I've become. Yeah, okay, let's continue. Alrighty. Okay. Pull knife. Did have a motive. So British that you felt the urge to partake in the traditional British tradition of mushed peas. I'm not. Oh no. Quite the English gent, ain't you? Oh man. Basic knowledge of medical research. Let's examine the pen one more time, in case I missed something from it. I feel like I'm missing something very important in the analysis. Breathing, acute constriction of pupils prior to death. So symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Apparently the entire instance alkaloids, remember? Oh. Ah, okay, so that's why her pupils were constricted. That's pretty huge. So she was poisoned. Really makes it more damning for Ray. Yeah, it's like it's like 2 levels of damning. But why go through the trouble? The thing is, like, why go through the trouble of poisoning, like the poisoning, and then the stabbing? Why did both of those happen? That's like what I'm kind of wondering about. The British colonized another place, go us! These animations are some of my favorites of the series. Investigative attention to detail. Oh, I love it too. I love them a lot. Why would she remove the knife from the victim? Maybe the knife was coated in poison, and so she removed it? Because it would prevent more accumulation of the poison? I think she was poisoned via the drink. Yeah, probably. We have our good evidence. I just don't know how it can go against any of what he's saying. I don't have any, like, opening to use the evidence against him. Or tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
Let's try... Okay, let's just begin throwing things at the wall. Let's try yeah, the drink. Yeah, you're right. Objection. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Wow. That was the one. That's like maybe the furthest thinking that I've ever needed to be for an objection. Poison pen. The goddamn CIA agent? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Are we gonna bring the CIA into this game? Oh no. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison that has been stolen from the laboratory of the Imperial Yume Unit. Objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. I only get my news from Reddit. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. What was the USA like at this time? During the Meiji Restoration? If it was the 1800s, then this would be, I think the beginning... The beginning? Is it the beginning? Yeah, around the, like... Not the beginning, but like in the middle of America's Industrial Revolution. Just after the Civil War. I think you might be right. I think you might be right here. Let me confirm that. Beginning of Meiji Restoration. So that was 1868. And then the American Civil War. Yes, this is right after the American Civil War. Right. Yeah, they weren't at all a concept, right. I keep forgetting this game takes place in the late 1800s and not the early 1900s. That was confusing me for a second. That's my bad. That's my bad. Oh man. I completely like I always like my brain is always like telling me that this game is early 1900s. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Barrett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, let me read that actually. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. There we are. Okay. I missed that specific line of dialogue. 1853, good old Mr. Perry. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. What are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Barrett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense! Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Objection! Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this Russian newspaper article is all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for the medical assistants to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? I did say suspect this poison was involved. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be well aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. Oh, hey! Dory! Dory, thank you so much! It's so good to have you. Thank you for being here for 10 streams in a row. It's so good to have you. It's so good to have you, Dory. Thanks for coming by. Dory is awesome. Here, hold on. I need to shout Dory out. Millions must watch Dory. Please go check out Memento Dory. They draw a bunch of they've drawn a bunch of cute art for me and a lot of and this cute chibi art that I use a lot for my profile pictures. They're awesome. They're awesome. So awesome. You deserve it, Dory. Oh my god, you absolutely deserve it. Shoot, girl. We should go for her budding career. I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah, well, you didn't think poison had nothing to do with the last case. Wait. Yeah, well, you didn't think poison had nothing to do with the last case. Yeah, right? Aochi is such a slime. Van Zeek saved us from this guy. It really is amazing that we've gone from, like, Van Zeek's one of the most attractive characters in the entire franchise to Aochi, who's, like, maybe one of the ugliest. I watched Dory wipe an island off the face of the earth. It was so fucked up. The Dory walkaway emote is like so incredibly funny. It is so funny. Oh man. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you'll present the proof of the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? That would be in the autopsy report. Take that! I would ask the court to refer to the note section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Oh. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, That's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of the symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. You should be Kotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense's counsel's arguments. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it off in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off in killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Huh? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Oh. Uh-oh. Bry Guy, hi, how are you doing, Bry Guy? It's good to see you. I'm playing Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm just beginning. I hope you're doing awesome. It's great to have you. It's so good to have you. Thanks for coming by, Bry Guy. You know, I will also shout out Bry Guy. Is that how shoutout work? Is that how shoutouts work? Yes, okay, I can do it. Woohoo! Yes, please go check out Bry Guy. Bry Guy's awesome. Bry Guy's always supporting me, and I really appreciate it. Bry Guy's so cool. Even University is far from yokel. Like, it refers to, yeah, it's like Ivy League. It really is. It is actually crazy. Ouchie's just a pain in the ass. You get it, Ouchie. Ray.
The party shot. You should accuse it here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Joseki-san were interviewed together in the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew that she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the solid poison.
My mind started racing. Yeah, okay. Ray, you're kind of incriminating yourself. Like, I believe you, but others might not. So, yes. So, what it is. So, now we know that she confronted Miss Brett herself. Miss Brett took the poison by drinking it. She took the poison by drinking it and waited for Ray to accuse her. And, in some period of time, she stabbed herself in the back. She knew she was going to die, and when she collapsed, she knew that Ray would want to take the knife out. Thinking it came from, the poison came from the knife, when in reality it came from the drink. But so that's my hypothesis. But why would Miss Brett go to such lengths to do that? Was she just insane? Maybe she was just insane. Maybe she knew she was going to die. Maybe she knew. Who knows? Is there a hole in the back of the tent in the photo? Yes, there is! Oh my god, yes there is, Dark. Do you see the slit? Oh my god. Okay. 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 Okay, maybe she was assassinated. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What? Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
The train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
To attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confess to the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now. I just wish there was a large visual indicator that exploded in fire every time that people were brought to my side.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim has just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mbani-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Objection! But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh? I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the?
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
That's literally her pulling it out. What are you talking about? Where is this coming from? Wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. What do you mean? Why is this being taken? Why is this being taken from the rear of the shack? Who the fuck took this image? This is bullshit. This is almost more incriminating for Aochi than it is for the victim. This is insane. Are you kidding me? This was literally taken from the back of the shack. This is a literal setup. This is actually like a government setup. This girl is being like set up for some reason. And they're sacrificing Brett for it. This is actually insane. This is actually crazy. It's really poorly put together, but this is well, Jesus.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accuser's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mamami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, nothing about this says that. No, that's not true. No, I don't believe it.
Who would ready a camera behind it? Political sacrificial lamb? That really is what it's feeling like right now. Nipponese assassins aren't as clever. Those dirty Nipponese assassins using their tricks and sorcery.
Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extreme cogent photographic evidence, print as evidence.
This is a lot in this photo. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. Literally the worst photographic evidence you could ever submit in a court case. This is genuinely awful. This is just... None of this proves anything. We literally just proved that she was pulling the knife out of the victim's back. This literally just is her pulling the knife out of the victim's back. We knew this already. What does this prove for you, Aochi? It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection! That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh!
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. That's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
You freaking idiot. You actual idiot.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
You are such a dumb bitch.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor.
I see Zeke's rubbed off on you from the first game. Yes, Genome, yes. We in our chat are now racist against those sorceress Nipponese. I love how much you loathe him. He's made to be loathed. He really is. What is the term in cinema? Like a hate sponge or something? He kind of is that. Ouchie, you're so fucking stupid, you dumb slut. My apologies, that last comment was out of line. loathsome and lonesome quiet. Was Aochi designed from pain? Yes, he was. Yeah, we can believe that he is Pain's predecessor.
What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses. But the defendant was already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court.
What do you mean, Judge?
If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
What are you talking about, Judge? We literally just proved that she was pulling the knife out of her back, and this picture is her pulling the knife out of her back. I'm gonna wring your fucking neck! I'm going to tear you limb from limb! Sir?
Your Excellency, Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, there could be no doubt.
I love how that entire comment was censored to Twitch chat. Is someone releasing gas into the corner?
Aside from the acute smell of toast and my ravaging headache, I believe that she is very much guilty.
The better question is, who the hell took the picture, right? Jesus. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Sorry, wrong voice. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Choo! You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in the court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be a way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... Do we have proof? Wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When Soseki-san was talking just now, there was literally a guy taking his photograph. Oh yeah, there is a crack in the lens too. There is a crack. Yeah, there is a crack in the lens. It is the same in the newspaper. Yeah. Do you think the guy who is taking pictures for the newspaper is the same guy who is paparazziing Soseki? Here, okay, let's try it. I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Dartuza, I'm promoting you to my judicial assistant, by the way. And I have taken a drink. Thank you, Bray Guy.
Very well, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim revealed something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Take that.
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England attorneys tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph.
You'll have to wear a kimono, yes. A really short one.
If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Very well. The period. You also need to know how to do a shoulder throw. Yes, you do need to know how to do a shoulder throw.
Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, sorry, wrong voice. Now, if you look closely at this photograph.
The Super Dart is a takedown.
Good gracious!
Do you really think Dartuza has what it takes to keep up with the Rate My Takeaway? It's okay. Rate My Takeaway is still in England right now. He's currently reviewing a kebab or something. I need help here in Japan.
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present in this photograph as well. Objection! Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears in both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
Can I be the prosecutor? Yeah, go ahead.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. Objection! I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of the article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? What? Minimum. What?
I see what you call raucous England attorney.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Minimum. I tell you, it's Minimum. Minimum. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say Minimum? Ever since I returned to Japan,
A reporter from the Shoyu News. Shoyu News is a very funny name. Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Write-In Many Memo. Write-In Many Memo. Fuck. Write-In Many Memo. The joke, King, is that it's a reporter whose name is Write-In Many Memos. Like he writes many memos. Write-In Many Memo. Fuck this fat chunky. Also, the fact that he works for Shoyu News, it's like if an American reporter was working for like Ketchup Papers. A reporter by the name of Write-In Many Memo, yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Huh, now that he mentions it. This freaking guy. Could that same reporter be? Oh my god. Classic Ace Attorney. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with the Write-In Many Memo. So saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo, yes! My Lord, Your Excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. I will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison.
They're not gonna find any.
You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Many Memo! So it's like he should be a cover girl magazine with his opal eyes. He does have wonderful eyes. Wait, blue ink, RM initials. That's his pen she has. Oh yeah, Write-In Many Memo. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If I need to become a prosecutor, I will need to get some real drip. Yeah, you have some competition, buddy. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Hey.
You have strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well! Drag me through the city streets as I get dirt all over me. Tie me up in a rope, Susato. Susato. Strip me naked, Susato. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. And a hollow chalice. Yes, you will do that. You will do that too. I can't take someone else's gimmick that's stealing. Yeah, true. Here's asking for it. Asking, begging for it. Hope you're all doing well. Say hello. See that Great Ace Attorney is doing well. It is so cool. Thank you, man. I hope you're doing alright in this weather. It's good to have you. Ray Mirai wanting to be hit. Oh my god. I'm mobile for a bit. Sounds good, dude. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no, no!
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. That Ray is a little bit of a freak, and that placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. And that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lord in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I love her. I love her so much. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with the knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And we were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that. Oh yeah, D&D was really good. I'm very happy with it. I'm hoping everyone had fun with it.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said and you saw is true.
Spoke like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes. I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Ooh, thank you. Ooh, okay.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Saseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Saseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Minimamo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Suzuki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then, presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Huh. Oh, okay, have a good one, Cool. Take it easy, dude. Have a good night, man. I hope your power comes back soon. Oh yeah, I watched episode 4 of 08th Embassy today. Watched more, but the servers were being annoying. I'm sorry, it's such a cool mobile armor. Interested to see this full. Oh heck yeah, Dartusa. Heck yeah, dude. Blame the British. What a classic gambit. It's, I mean, to be fair. Nipponese 101.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now, and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. The British did look quite good doing it. 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 1.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Reba Bobby. Counselor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yuma University, the police re-examined the knife that was used. To end Mr. Zalebrecht's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Problem with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
Are we doing more than one level tonight? No, we're just going to do this case tonight, King, which is shorter than the rest of them because it's the first one. Have you seen the British Royal Standard of the United Kingdom, or how they say their banner? So overly intricate, yeah. The United Kingdom has a very nice standard. Isn't it supposed to be a mixture of Ireland, Scotland, and Britain's own flags, respectively? Like, don't they all meld into the United Kingdom's flag? That was my understanding of it.
In short, the accused...
Yep, that's right. That's really cool. They meld together very well. What's the fourth one? What, Wales? Is Wales part of that? Wait, hold on. I want to look at their standard now. Okay. It combines the St. George's Cross from England, the St. Andrew's Cross from Scotland, and the St. Patrick's Cross from Ireland. Okay, gotcha. That's cool. Wow. It's a damn nice flag. It's a damn nice flag. I wonder what people who are actually into vexillology feel about it. I mean, it's a damn good flag, right? It's a really good flag. They put it everywhere. Freaking the Hawaii's flag. You're talking about the flag, yes, all of them put together. Beautiful country, all of them. Oh yeah, I believe you. I will say, funny story, a little bit of an aside from the court case. Hawaii's flag is has the British flag in it, and there is no point in history where Hawaii was under control from England. It literally is just English people came to the island. The leader of Hawaii liked the flag so much that they just decided to keep it because it looked nice. I think that's very funny. I think it's a very, very funny reason.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call a new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case,
how could the toxin have entered the victim's body, either through a drink or through the pin? Through the drink or through the pin? I do really like this guy's design. Is it a win for the UK? I think it's a win for the UK. If one of the prettiest places in the world wants their flag, or at least the leader of one of the prettiest places in the world wants their flag to look like yours, I would take that as a win.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Right in Benny Mamo from the Shoyu News. That's what people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. And I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. Nice guy of the news.
Please, I'm sorry, what the fuck do you mean the first king of Hawaii was called Kamehameha? Yes, yes, the first king of Hawaii was named Kamehameha. Yes. I mean, come on. Freaking, the creator of Dragon Ball, like, named his stuff after kind of insane things, right? Like, insane things. Toriyama did, like, named all of his characters after insane... Yeah. The first king of Hawaii's name was Kamehameha. He has a face that looks like he's the first bad guy from Persona 5. He does kind of look like that. Also, this guy looks like someone that Dartuzo would find vaguely attractive. He's got a broad chest and a big chin. And sideburns for days. He's probably really hairy under there.
So, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourself, people. Minimo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then.
Why is he wetting his pencil? I guess it's just a tick.
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. I made a double take the first time I heard it in history class. Yeah. That's why the Kame House was merely on a tropical island. Oh, that's true. Oh, good point. Good point, Shu. Kame is turtle, right? Oh, it's Kame. Yeah, Kame is God. He's alright, I guess. He's kind of pissing off, though. That's also fair. He does kind of have that pissing off energy.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness? Yes?
Lead poisoning now.
What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Oh, look at that ink stain.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast.
Oh, yep, and he has the insignia. He has the insignia.
Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call...
Oh my god.
my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met on the day you were trying to interview myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me, many memo again. But we were supposed to be going back to Shoyu news offices after a meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Pritt's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right? Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going to some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I can hammer her to the press. Or hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Let's get to hurt if he keeps pulling his strap things, those overalls. Suspenders, that his suspenders. I think maybe he's into it. No noti sound? Wait, what? Did I get a noti sound?
Excuse me. Thank you, Memo-san. You now give a full testimony before the court. You'll state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Notification? Oh, okay. Did a notification sound go through?
Witness testimony. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside the room. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit that burns into flames, quick as a flash. I whipped my camera out, ready quick.
Okay, he's the killer.
I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
He's very much the killer. Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
See, if he didn't talk and was snapping a jock strap instead of suspenders, I would be interested in him. Thank you, Dartuza. I really appreciate you. I hope you know that.
The walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. and it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
The tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the markings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well, the counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Cross-examination. The camera never lies.
The beach hut was made of shiny old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside the room.
Let me make sure if there's any evidence I haven't examined yet, since we got a lot of new stuff. Chemical reagent. Well, I mean, our dad just gave us this, so I don't know if there's anything... The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Okay, that's cool. Small knife. So it's a Tonto. Who's Tonto?
Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? Having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Okay, other than that, it's a very unremarkable Tonto. Honestly, maybe even a budget one. It's quite cheap looking for a Tonto. Okay. Hold it? What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourself, people. He's painting the journal. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even many memoism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so that's all buttoned up. Can we move on? Tell the cold dead witness what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
So he's the Great Ace the game's take. So he's the Great Ace the game's talking about. God damn it, Dartusa. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So she saw Membami-san entering the hut. Yep. And she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. I should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. You really have to work on similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back.
Hold
That's
it!
it. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Ooh. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I've noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing fiercely. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way and performed the famous Susato takedown. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other, the famous Susato assassination. What you described as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Memimoism is. I'm never gonna forgive the localizers of this series. I'm never gonna forgive them. Beach hut plan. By the way, Menimomo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent that tragedy rather than captured on film? Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. I don't know how to pronounce that one. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Chest warmers, commit them to Last of Us 2 writing rooms. God, can you imagine that hell? Oh God. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. But even both sides, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many Momoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Quick, check the back of the floor plan. Make sure it's not written on the back of the Hosonogo's cart this time, right? It did make someone happy, notably me. Okay, we cannot check the back. Okay, this is not on the back of one of Mr. Hosonogo's cards, luckily. Are you a fan of The Last of Us 2, Gino? Let's see. Set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. Well... Any discrepancies between the floor plan and the photograph? Let's see here. Chair, table, coat stand, suitcase. Chair, table, coat stand, suitcase. No, it's exactly the same. Sorry if I sound demanding. I just like to cover all bases. No, absolutely. I love when you guys are like proactive with me, like doing like the investigation. I think it's really fun. I think it's super fun. I like that. I like to have us all feel involved in this. As long as you're not like purely backseating me. Not at all. My father figure was done dirty by a certain creative director. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough, Chino. I am very sorry about that. Well, if you never set foot inside, could we jump the gun? I'm gonna do more pressing before I do that. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whip out my camera, ready to click.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? Uh-huh. Yeah, if you're so true to the principles of journalism, why did you give the photograph to the police rather than publish it? These games don't seem like jumping the gun for some reason. Yeah, I get it. It's like they have a sequence of events and it's really easy to jump sometimes, but it's also like you have to make sure that everything is established so it doesn't seem like the game is assuming too much of you. Like, I get it. I get it. I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic mini-memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. Must be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By order of mission, you're outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Many Momo wishes he was as cool as Peter with a capital Parker. Another phenomenon. Yeah. Oh my god, I completely failed reading that. Many Momo wishes he could be as cool as Peter with a capital Parker. Another phenomenal photographer. Yes, one of the best. Either those suspenders are tight as hell or his weak ass arms. They're probably really tight. By order of mission, you're outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. We'll see how strong his testimony plays out. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Hold it!
That's it. But the two women inside didn't notice? Huh, obviously not. If they had, there would be, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Yeah, right. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did you just make that up? I love when pieces of media call out the press. I think that's a very important thing for media to do. The point is,
The witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said. Alright. Then in that case, I think we have one thing we can try to present. If you never set foot... Objection! Nice! Minimo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. Unrelated, I saw a tweet that says the Gundam movies removed Mokuve's iconic crystal vase. Yeah, they did. They did. They removed a lot of Mokuve stuff. They did remove a lot of Mokuve stuff. I think they also removed the fight with the Gyan. I think they did remove the him fighting in Texas alongside Char and the Gyan. Yeah, they removed a lot of Mokuve. In a way, that's more Menimamoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minimomo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Huh. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Barrett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mambami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No. Raiten Minimamo, RM. That's horse tongue. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Minimamoism, being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horse tongue! Menimamo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Objection! Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. What the hell? The Gyan can't catch a break? Yeah, I think the Gyan was taken out. I get it, Mooney, trust me. The Doms were destroyed in their first appearance in that movie. I get it, I'm so sorry. He just disappears? Essentially, I think so, Dartiza. I think so. I think it's implied that he died during Odessa Day. Also, his movement, too. He won't wet the tip of a pencil with the tongue. Yeah, exactly. That I was thinking that exact same thing. I was writing it off as maybe it's just a movement tick. Like, some people do lick the end of their pencil when they write, but it is a tongue thing. It is a pen thing. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue in this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Got it! As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Minimo-san. Goodness me! It's the emblem of Shoyu News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Oh. Ooh. Wow. That's hard. Your model does a decent job with the mouth movements. It's quite nice, by the way. Are those paws on your pupils? Yes, nice catch, Gino. And thank you so much. I'm so happy that you like my model. Thank you so much. That's freaking cute. Yeah. My pupils are my irises around the area around the pupils are little paw prints pointing downwards. Thank you for catching that. That makes me really happy. I'm really happy that you like it. Oh, you're very sweet. Thank you. He's done. Yes. Well, Menimomo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness! I just want to point out, boys don't do enough cutesy stuff. My channel is much more cutesy stuff. I think a lot of male tubers go for the kind of handsomer, hotter, bad boy kind of thing. I could never do that in a million years. That is like the opposite of my personality. So I'm just kind of a guy, a nerd. I'm just a nerd. Thank you so much, Genome. Order. Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the Mighty Supreme Court works, isn't it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright, then fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. That's hardly an interview, but it came to nothing. And as many memoists say, that people don't pay their duties for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath to the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Minimemoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instant. It's very funny that he chose the one character in this room that is a real-life historical figure and accused him of being a murderer. The one freaking guy that is actually a real-life historical figure. Couldn't last. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something. They're in for it. This guy sucks a little bit, honestly. Not Soseki-san. Soseki-san's pretty neat, but the witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the one being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Minimemoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim... The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true. Yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. What? This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Mini Momo feels to me like he's fashioned off some background characters you might find in Lupin. He does look like a Lupin character. Like scarily so. I left the hut without making a fuss. Hold it. You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrase it. Minimoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler.
I use compasses, dear. Ask every question as you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at a paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase.
Main system. Engaging combat mode.
Oh, Genome! Thank you so much, Genome! Oh my god! Thank you for subscribing with Prime! Oh, that is so sweet of you. I like it. Oh, Genome. Genome, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm happy that you like it here. Thank you so much. I'm happy to have your company. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh my gosh. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. That is huge. Thank you so much. Oh. You're quite a cheerful person with what you might be working with. Oh, I try. Thank you. Thank you so much. I also like your flexibility in the voices so far. I try to have fun with it, you know? If it's a game with a lot of reading, I want to have fun with the voices. It's fun to do goofy little voices, I think. Bezos bucks to you. Yes, I need it in order to survive. Not really, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Mystery is a woman charm. Whew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't seem to quite fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realizes that the victim's still at a pulse, so I ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very wait, I just realized. I just began going with the flow.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Many memoists will tell you that. Let me think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard, you swoop in for the scoop.
The fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
Hold it. And Soseki-san remained in the hut.
That's right. Yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? You don't know that. Back, behind, baleful bars. They'll be coming for me shortly. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in the sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal, emptiness, empty, eternity. And the end is coming for me surely.
Those sutras are to reside in my courtroom, please. And now we come to a crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it! What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. So as soon as Inspector Hosonogo saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She did it! She said nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it. So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks questions is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better not to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
That's actually a pretty good saying. However, you've indicated the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know why. I know the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Dr. Riderman?
Huh? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Yeah, okay. The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength and pointed her trembling finger to the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No.
Suseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But, fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. And somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction of which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. Very, very unclear.
Objection! Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, it doesn't, Ouchie. It literally doesn't. It literally doesn't. It is the opposite of being proven beyond a doubt. Are you kidding me? Are you okay, man? Do you want to get some air? Do you want to visit the home real quick? Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accuser in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accuser could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No. No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claims with evidence. The judge will give us his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find a clue that we needed.
Can somebody get Soseki-san a stiff drink? I'm now convinced the woman didn't steal the poison. The woman didn't steal the poison. Everything points to the journal. Everything does point to the journalist. Everything does point to the journalist now. I think I am at in the belief that Miss Brett was genuinely the victim of this. I don't think she knew she was going to die that day. Ray gave us her account on how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with the knife in her back. An oppressing man. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That's pretty good, actually. I wonder who he really is. I wonder if Shoyu News is like even a real news agency, and they're like, this is like way out of the barrel, but I wonder if he's like being given like hits and like supposed to like help kill people or something. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add?
So the gallant local student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is the crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I do know.
Objection!
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection! An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection! There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was with those to those around her at the time. Oh. Hush money from the Japanese state to act on their behalf for misdirection of government matters would certainly be my belief. That's not probably a pretty good like, that's, yeah. That is quite believable. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I prepare to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Right here. Right there. Take that! Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Order! But Student Lord Naruhodo-san, Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear on that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who's inside the hut. Do you need to get your walker? Do you need to get your cane? Are you losing your energy? Are you losing your breath? Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. Huh. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you.
The defense's assertions are clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? The incriminating photograph. Take that! Well, I presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of— oh, come on. Counsel? You're suggesting that this piece of— it literally shows how something could go through the hut. Okay, something of a windfall, Your Excellency. Actually, it must be his brain ouch phase because it's broken. Efforts by Sits Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace of— okay, so we have to choose the other photo, okay, fair enough, okay. Alright, that's okay. Okay. It'll be this one then. Take that! The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach house.
Objection! Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where of this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from the outside the hut. Take that. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effect of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, you lobotomites. The true culprit is actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Write in Menimamo-san. It could only have been you.
No!
Yeah, semantics.
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again.
You're so close to getting perfect. Carry that into his next descendant must have been... He carried that into his next descendant, someone predicted. That is very funny.
The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection. No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly to me as if she was untouchable.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the black, with the back of the person who's sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to the back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. That is terrifying. Before the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. She got TF2 spy backstab sound effect. Yeah.
Donk.
By your silence, Menimamo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, the Bobby-san, is innocent of the crime.
Huh? Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? What of my hope? It wasn't all apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my
Hold it. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, isn't it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at that time to have his hand in on the hilt of that blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it?
Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. The poison. You're gonna pull out the poison, aren't you?
Did you see? Did you see the way?
Suzuki looked back at us. Suzuki was like, what the fuck? Pace yourself a little bit. Well, I better get ready to go spelunking.
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
That is so... Oh. You have Uchi a rag sweatshop worker?
Objection! But that can be explained by the poison beyond the blade, as I already...
Objection! Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have a look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all if I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it. Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because it's mini-memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again.
Update autopsy. This is a Smiling Friends bit. Didn't they actually do this in Smiling Friends? It's like Like, oh yeah, like all the characters. Yeah, you're right. Salty, like Salty's death was like, he was suffocated, he was stabbed to death, he was filled with fucking soda in his sleep. But in the end, it's like, oh no, he just died of a heart attack. I was like, oh okay, then these guys are free to go then, I guess.
Just where is this trial going to take us?
The headpiece on the judge, an honorary Ushanka. I would love an Ushanka. Those are so cool.
Incomplete evidence. Oh yes, I stabbed an Englishwoman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
You are fucking insane.
When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
This is insane. This is insanity.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. The pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journal here is off the hook. The argument's sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen through the light.
I got an Ushanka. It's quite comfy. I'm jealous. I would love one. Same with earmuffs too. Lots of headwear appreciators here. Oh, I love headwear. All three of us. Where in real life, he would get arrested too for murder. Attempted murder. But even then, I'm sure that's still the case. He's just trying to go for the lesser charge. He's trying to push the charge of international murder on Ray. He'll get the charge of tampering with the crime scene or intent to murder, but it won't be as lengthy, probably. Just as at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Will the counsel proceed with what I assume to be a final cross-examination of this trial? Yes, Your Excellency.
Cross-examination?
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. Hold it. So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett then? Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. So your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation. She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right there in our Empire soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. Shut up. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her?
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that's like putting a belt on your trousers when you are already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the victim stabbed the victim. Or the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness.
You really can't stand Aochi. He's a love-to-hate kind of guy. He's a love-to-hate kind of guy. I find him funny. Oh man, he in this case specifically, he's really pushing buttons. Let's see. It got my goat. Okay, wait, this is interesting. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, I got my goat.
Hold
it. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. Excuse me, Professor of Medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular in court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Hold it. Ray? Oh, Ray. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Mabari-san. We're at the middle of a cross-examination. Hold it! Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. Come on, Judge. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency! Ray, the absolute babe for Ryotaro. Oh yeah, I hope Ray and Ryotaro get together. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defense's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Good thing nobody caught her saying Susato. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. She did say it out loud. I just realized the pun in Ray's name. Wait, really? Wait, the pun in her name? Wait, hold on. Oh. Oh, wait, I can't look at it right now. God darn it. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold
it!
it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? Ray Mambami. Oh, remember me. Oh my god. That's a very ominous name. Why did they make her name Ray Mambami? Please, why did they name her that? Remember me. Oh, it's pronounced Membami. Okay. That would have made it so much easier to pronounce her family name this entire time. Okay, Ray Membami. Okay. Ray Membami. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had a knowledge of the new poison. Surely it will be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Bigotomo until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Joseki-san established such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Oh my god, she's mirroring his thinking posture. That is adorable. I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. Just like my? Interesting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Indeed, getting the poison out would be hard. Unless it was put inside a pen. You got it. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. This poor guy. I wanted to look my own enemy in the eye. Sure you can't understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. But how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers, those beautiful plump English lips of hers, those beautiful eyes that she has, those sparkling blue, gorgeous, rotund eyes and those lips. And she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Many Momo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. And you get the classic poison pen. Pen is quite a prickly one, right? Say it, girl, say it. Those beautiful CSLs. Do we even know her eyes? No. No, we don't. But I don't think she had a mask on when she was at the beach. Or at least, maybe not. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you're outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. You idiot. You dolt. You actual dolt. Well, Many Momo-san? As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Momoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So, that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record. Very well. You'll be a eventual formal testimony. Yeah, that's right. Breathe harder, man. We got you in the ropes. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go stab the person as well. What is it? Perhaps he doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of the impetuous pepper pourer, as it seems. Once the victim had taken the poison, she had been only minutes away from God, Chinese ramen with pepper on it sounds so good. Oh my god. Mooney is a big victim of ramen addiction. So, like, if you ever mention ramen around Mooney, she'll, I think she's ruined for the rest of the day until she can get ramen. Classic MB. Breathing so hard, he's going to be on a respirator by the fine act of this trout, right? And yet this man proceeds to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. I already had a packet today, don't tempt me. You had ramen today? Amazing. Amazing. I haven't had ramen in a little bit too, and we have a lot in excess right now, and it's making me crave it. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Huh. Yes, that's it. That's when Menima-mo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. He stabbed her in order to misdirect away from the poison. Because he found out that, maybe he found out about the pupil dilation, or maybe it was the implication with the military, but either way, he wanted to divert away from the poison, maybe. Spice noodles do sound nice around this time of year. Oh my god, this time of year is perfect for it. If the victim, no reason to stab her, on the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man is responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay. Alright, thank you, Ray. No reason to stab the person as well. Based on information gleaned by eavesdropping. Yep. He was eavesdropping on them. And at that point, he would feel the need to stab her. Objection! I'm telling you, the press is always trying to misdirect. I hope that doesn't put a target on me for the rhetoric. I think everyone agrees. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Oh, got you. Got you. He poured the poison into the drink, and then Miss Ray came in immediately, so he became unsure if she would have drank at all, because she began arguing immediately with Ray. So he became unsure if she actually even drank it. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Objection! Where are you going with this, counsel? Menima-mo-san made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Many Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could be come by is in my lab.
Oh, that's also a reason, yeah. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among few substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it on some nefarious deed. Membami-san is no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Write in Many Momo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good would that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? That plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of that poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back. Oh, this is the corner theme, isn't it? This is the corner theme. Oh, yeah. Oh, Ryunosuke's theme. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah.
Order. 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 The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. Objection. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Oh my god. This is the second time we've had a murder in the courtroom in this game. Jesus. The prosecution is nothing but tissues now. Oh my god, you're feeling a pump. I am. Oh, it's so good. It's such a good corner theme. Lost hope? Yeah, and then you're gonna bring up how did you get it out, right? How did you get it out, right? That's what you're gonna say. Yeah, come on. Bring it in, boy. Bring it in.
Joe, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about? That's right, come on.
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in his trial. It's all here, and my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to seal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Yeah. Even if they've managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter for the Shoryu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I'm giving him false hope.
Everything tearing down, right?
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is a definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There's one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be showed is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Take that! The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by Weasley, a calligraphy brush, and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as forward-thinking about words, I obviously love my fountain pen. Suck up a sucon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Whoops. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck up ink in the reservoir, just as it is for Mr. Aochi, after his career fails, that he'll have to suck many cocks in the alleyways to make money. It's all possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word! Can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san? I'm sorry, that was unfounded of me. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you?
Team Assassin Tools? Oh goodness. That's a foul scenario, Newt. Why would you say something like that? I learned a lot from my judicial assistant. Get bent.
By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
More absurdity! That never happened!
True. We've heard that there were procedures. Stay hydrated. Chat is involved. Chat is evolving in real time. Yeah, evolving in real time. Hey RJ, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming by. I will hydrate. Thank you.
True. We've heard that there are procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pin was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Oh, are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act once the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. Objection! No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, and if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. I understand the R18 plus rating now. Genome, I would like to warn you that I am an adult artist. That might be a good preface for this Twitch channel, that I am an R18 artist. A newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled this reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Gah!
You claim I sucked the poison into my pen? That's all speculation, nothing more.
I do have something to prove it.
You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again! It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I see it. The situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist. Objection. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we were well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. The press sucks. News and other breaking material at 11. Here's Jimbo with the weather, right? Let's do it. I clicked history. Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Reagent?
What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
Oh, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough. Police know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on this fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. This is the life of civilization. Bowing the head of war nation, I took up my arms in a mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield of justice. I am justice, righteousness, many.
Susato,
With me. Oh my god. Hi Otter, good to see you. We just watched a murder in the courtroom. It's good to see you, Otter. Oh, Ray's babe time. That's my number one. God, Ray is lovely. I love her. Did I do it right? That was just the takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Amazing. Amazing. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. That should be one thing, Minimomo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying a full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What? What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in the courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? You're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away to the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow.
What did I do to see stars and dancing ships for? Oh, dancing sheep. What the fuck, damn. What was that in reference to Honor? What the fuck was that? What the fuck, damn, in reference to? What she said. Yeah, she really was a piece of work. Yeah, she really was. Jesus. No bars held in that exchange. Yeah, she was racist as hell. Jesus. Classic evil versus lesser evil. One was certainly Crystal now. Her calling him a caveman. Yeah, that was certainly something. Being the very thing you sought to destroy. Ironic, right? Ugh. Jesus. These cases have been so messy, which I think is my favorite thing about this game. I love the morality in this game a lot. They handle morality very well as nationality. Like, it's so good. It's handled super well in this game. It's fantastic. Like, I think if there's one thing that this game has done super well, it's to show, like, beside, you know, how different England and Japan are, how similar they both are, too. They both have, like, corrupt justice systems, the government tries to hide things, people, you know, want truth in the government and it twists them, the government twists them. It happens on both sides of the ocean, and I think that's a really wonderful, poignant part of this game. I think that's one of the best parts of the writing of Great Ace Attorney specifically. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion to this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience with Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo... Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel almost keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. Wow. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Wait, whoa. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, Aochi. Great Ace and the time setting do a great way of debuting the stakes that play in the background with each chapter trial progression. You nailed it at the head of the summarization. Thank you, Genome. Reasonable reaction. Okay, look. It got fiery. It's just a job, Aochi, okay? It's literally just a job for lawyers, okay? But Prosecutor Aochi? Taketsuchi of the Aoshi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame... Is he gonna cut his little, like, hair off? That'd be hilarious. I will end it all now with this blade. For this is the true path of Aoshism. Hochi-ism?
One hopes is the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
Wait, sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost for... Wait, hope is lost forever. You failed in making the haiku. That's not even the right number of syllables. You're so bad. Hope is lost forever. You didn't even do the haiku correctly. You do the haiku correctly.
That was pretty weird. Now, with regard to the defendant, Ray Babami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
This made everyone extremely uncomfortable. I'm actually crying. That was such a good bit. Oh my god, I'm crying so hard for laughing. Oh my god, that was also done. It's just the way that it panned to everyone, like, just giving him a moment of silence. It's so good. Also, hi Drex, I hope you're doing fantastic. It's good to see you.
Court is adjourned. Get the fuck out of this room. Go back to Britain.
Trial of acceptance. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 3. Oh my god. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Ray, and Father. Honestly, I'm touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. But the little bit with the hair at the end there it kind of, you know... Only reason I'm still standing here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all of the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So, I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. I'm sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there somebody else who we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. This really did awaken something in her. It really did. Yo, Tuesday, likewise. Been doing great so far. Got a lot of cleaning and workout done. Resting. Got some hot donuts and salted hot caramel cocoa. That sounds so good, Dartusa. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Oh my god, hot salted caramel cocoa? Oh my god. Quite the hog on that guy. Susato gained something that day. What? Uh-oh. What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonoga. I do hope you've been keeping well?
Is that really you?
Yes. I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba. So dashing, so divine. No. Not only dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mrs. Sato Esquire, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Pog. Wow, I don't think I've ever said the word Pog before. I might have. No, I have. Never mind. Ignore that. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. Oh, sorry, Drex. That was a... Sorry. You both have D names. You know, you know, Dartusa and Drex. Sorry, yeah, no, sorry. I meant to say Drex. Yeah, look, there's a lot of D's floating around in my mouth. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was. An unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. The Will of D? Otter, I've been playing Elden Ring, and I did fight that guy. And I defeated him a little bit ago. It was pretty satisfying. The might of D. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, Mr. No Less? I'm the iconic inventor of Mr. Turtle, the iconic character. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonoga sometimes. I really do. He's so... Oh my god, he's... Sorry. He's just so perfect. 9 months ago, when he appeared at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Oh, don't show me that! But that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Hosonoga has to up his game and disguise himself as a lady. You are a genius, Dartusa. That's the only thing. Hosonoga, if you want to prove yourself, you have to disguise yourself as a woman. You have no choice now. You have to cross-dress now. I'm sorry. That's just the rules of it. Holy fuck, he'd be so handsome. Oh my god, he'd be so pretty. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god. Okay, I'm collecting myself.
dead friend jump scare. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Oh, they said his full name. I haven't done this in a while.
Alright then, I'll say. One more direction. I wish you to drive to Merpit House, send back your trap, however, and let them know that you that you intend to walk home. To walk across the moat? Yes. Okay. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
My arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the Englishman doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I have traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my profession at the Imperial Yuma University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply
Go! Let me go! What? Many Mamo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student?
Giselle Brett? You mean... No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship. That he'll never...
Gah!
Oh my god. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here.
What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? Wait, you're able to get out of the seat? You're able to get out of the judge seat? What? Judge got hands. I am not used to seeing you from a forward angle, Mr. Judge. I'm only used to seeing you, like, from a 45-degree lower angle. You look exceptionally Asian today. I'm allowed to say that, by the way, for the record. I'm allowed to say that. I have the blood flowing through me.
What were your officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
That was crazy.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Nugent, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with them, and I'll be in there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow, full name drop.
And may I say, since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
The judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk.
If Seishiro hadn't known, and that he recognized you.
Oh, got you. Oh, I see.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled the case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much. Judge got it. If you intend to go into the next chapter or find a point of ending, I vouch to visit the tailor section you're about. Oh, you're right. Yes.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling? It's been a while since I said about flying like that.
I love him. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Initial Assistant Mikotama-san, Esquire-esque, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course. Soseki-san, what is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting up again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back here from England.
Huh. This I have to hear.
Please.
Oh, sorry. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible, accursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was abroad, and thank goodness locum student Arhono-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted my report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotama. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with the particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part of my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? But do you remember those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course. I could never forget.
Father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems like Keisama holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. A horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Weird.
Weird. Why was that case? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Wait, but that was like the most open-shut case out of like all of them. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. What? Whoa. Nothing is a spoiler? I appreciate that.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Oh.
Yours, Susato.
Oh. Oh. Can you talk to Moonman again? I hope so. I actually quite like him. Did I miss anything too important? No. Probably just, I'm just gonna show the beginning of the next chapter. Yes, please. First case solved. Woohoo. I'm just gonna save through an entire court case in one save now, because we have come to realize that we only have 20. Alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Then let's look at the beginning of the next one. Episode 2, the memoirs of the clouded Kokoro. Yes. Back to England we go. I also have to say, English Japanese is a beautiful accent. Her voice is beautiful.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Oh no.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most
At the
tragic
end
day.
of that case, there was two people arguing out front. That's right. They sewed something back then. Ah. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. And that is where we'll leave off. Amazing. I'll save double. Man. Alright, let's see. Special contents. Taylor. Yay! Okay, heck yeah. Okay.
Iris's homemade suit, and we could have, okay. Yeah, okay. Oof. Ooh, that's such an outfit though. That's such drip though. Such a hype first try. Looking forward to the next stream. Heck yeah, Mooney. That first trial ruled so hard. Oh, cute. That is cute. I think, you know what, why not, right? Why not? I'll try it. I'll keep these for a little bit. I like these a lot. Oh, lovely outfits. I love these. I love that Ryunosuke has like his little mascot of himself on his shoulder. That's like the cutest thing ever. Man. Wait a minute. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, unused. Oh, cool. We should totally look over these after we finish the games. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I like that one. Okay. Ooh, no. That is so cool. It's hilarious that they just went with the regular one. That is so funny that after all of those iterations, they're like, let's just stick to the original. Herlock has his appeal in that outfit. It's saying you'll play more Great Ace. Oh, of course, absolutely. Alright. Voice recitals?
Objection! Objection!
Oh, man.
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh my god.
I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
Who it is.
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Okay, so I think these are from the trailer.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, yeah, we'll go through these later, but...
Objection!
Oh.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision! This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
No, we'll save the rest for the end. We'll save the rest for after we beat the game. We'll save the rest for when we beat the game. Oh. God. It will be a pleasure killing you myself. No, I don't hate him. I like him. I like him a lot. I quite enjoyed your voicing. Thank you, Genome. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. What are you really liking? Oh, I love it. I love it. Ace Attorney is a series that's very dear to me, but I only ever played the first game, and I began the second game. And I also began Ace Attorney Investigations. So it's very close to me, but I've never finished them, so I'm slowly finishing them, and I'm really, really happy. I'm loving it. What he sounds like, what it sounds like. Very really Zeke would be a pleasure killing. I quite enjoyed your voicing. I knew I recognized Zeke. Oh, he's Estinine from Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, interesting. Cool. Oh, my schedule. Yes. I think I can share my schedule on screen. I think I can. Hold on. It should be fine, right? Hold on. It might not be fine. There's a little bit too much butt on my schedule. You know, let me just zoom in so that the butt is not visible. Here. Doot. And let me just put like a big black like sensor bar. There we go. Okay, sweet. Okay, now I can show it. Alrighty. Clip Studio. Alrighty. Sorry about the extra. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm happy to show it. I am absolutely happy. Okay. Don't worry about the big white block there. Okay. So today we did the Great Ace Attorney. We began it. It was fantastic. So the only thing left for this weekend is for tomorrow. I'm going to be continuing Dark Souls. I'm going to be trying to fight my way out of the abyss. I am trapped in the abyss and there is no way out, so I need to get out. So, assuming things don't go too badly because of the winter storm, I'll be doing Dark Souls. Yeah. Heck yeah. Alrighty. Oh man, God, what an amazing first chapter. That was incredibly good. That was super, super good. Alright, everybody. Sincerely, I thank you all for being here with me tonight. Thank you all for joining me. Genome, thank you so much for joining us and coming by for the first time. I am so happy to have you around. I hope you come around more often. Please, feel free. You're always welcome. And I'm sure using the door of the abyss to leave the abyss. I will try that. But guys, I hope you guys have a really great night. I hope you guys take it easy. Take care of yourselves. Stay warm. Eat some ramen. And I am Newt, a dog that draws a lot of robots and other things that you maybe shouldn't show your family, and things that are possibly not suitable for work. Let's go raid somebody, shall we? I like this corner of Bezos Field. That makes me exceedingly happy to hear. Alrighty, let's see. Who can we raid? Who is out there in the ether? Oh, somebody's also playing Great Ace Attorney, but I think I might raid somebody that I'm following. Who am I following? Let's see. Okay, let's raid. Yeah, have a good night, everyone. Have a good night. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's raid Cubalt. She is a very nerdy VTuber and maybe has the nerdiest voice you could ever hear somebody have. Like, you guys will understand what I mean. She has like the most nerdy voice you could ever hear come from a human being. But okay, everyone, please take it easy. And just have a really nice night. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Take it easy. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Good night.
Goodness gracious. Oh, okay, we got it. Oof. Hello, Mr. Neutral Tuesday. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hi. I'm Cubewalt. I'm a sheep. I like retro games. Right now we are playing Mega Man X for the DOS. How was your stream? I hope it went well, Mr. Neutral Tuesday. Welcome. Oh goodness gracious, everything's exploding. Scary! was your stream? I hope it went well. What were you guys up to? Ah! Oh, you're playing Great Ace Attorney. That game's awesome. I'm on case 5 for Great Ace Attorney. It's quite good. Oh, this is my car now. Awesome! My awesome car! What the? Oh, this is messed up.